Olga, if you can hear us, can you speak again?
Hi. Yeah.
Yep.
Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me?
Olga is speaking, but we can't hear her. Still
Uh-oh.
testing.
I think everybody on Zoom can hear me, right? If you can you do a thumbs up? Yeah.
I can hear you.
Yeah. It is now 6 o'clock.
Everyone online can hear each other if it's any.
Yes, people online can hear each other and we're making jokes with each other, but I don't think you can hear us in person, right?
Marie, Olga, can you hear us?
Yes.
They can hear us.
Yes.
Lucian, they can hear. Marie, can you hear?
Yes. Can you hear me?
They can hear us, but we can't hear them.
I heard Marie.
Technology 2026.
What did
Volume
we
1.
do without it?
Should we re-log in?
Well, did you fix it for us? Okay. Gold star.
Oh, yeah, please speak to us.
Olga or Marie, will you say something?
Olga, can you say something?
I'm here.
I hear it very faint. Turn it up.
Boost that.
Marie.
I hear Marie very faint. Turn it up.
Better and better.
One more time.
Oh, there we go.
How about Olga?
Hello, this is Olga reporting from Goldendale. Can you hear
Great,
me?
perfect.
Okay.
All right. Good evening, everyone. I'm calling the January 26, 2026 meeting of the Fort Vancouver Regional Library Board of Trustees to order. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Move this to a vote.
Marie Coffee. Marie Coffee.
Aye.
Marianne Duncan Cole.
Aye.
Olga Hodges.
Aye.
Christy Morgan.
Aye.
Mary Williams.
Aye.
Irina Kakarina.
Aye.
Megan Dugan.
Aye. Motion passes. We will approve the agenda and the executive session of the Fort Vancouver Regional Library District Board of Trustees will now start. I'm unfortunately the people here to speak to us. We really want to hear what you have to say, so I hope that you will stick around. We need to have an executive session to receive and evaluate a complaint brought against a public official as allowed by RCW 42.30.110, Section 1F. The Board of Trustees will be in executive session for 50 minutes or until 6:55 p.m. Board of Trustees is not expected to take further action following is not expected to take further action following the executive session.
We will leave.
And we are going to leave the room, so you can all stay here. And we will reconvene at 6:55 p.m.
They also frown on politicians marrying their brothers. Local leadership in other states aren't inviting conflict. They're working with ICE, who is lawfully removing violent criminals. But in Minneapolis, Waltz and Fry are encouraging open rebellion, telling people to interfere with ICE agents and be on the right side of history. And not to mention, it's a sanctuary city, which means there are restrictions on state police working with law enforcement. They can't help in raids or share information. And what's happening without this cooperation? An ICE agent lost his finger after a protester bit it clean off.
Are they back yet or not?
They've extended the executive session twice.
Geez, oh, Pete.
Everything I need. Let me just put it up. I call the regular meeting back to order. We have completed our executive session. No motions were heard and no actions were taken in the executive session. No motions or actions on the complaint will be in order at this time because none were publicly announced on the agenda in advance of this meeting. Motions or actions may be in order for subsequent meetings. Members will be heard both in complaints and in defenses to the full extent that is required by law and inconsistent in keeping our work productive on behalf of the library. The next agenda item is chair announcements, and I have an announcement. Before we begin today's regular agenda, I want to take a moment to reaffirm our shared responsibilities as trustees of the Fort Vancouver Regional Library District. As a board, we are entrusted under RCW 2712 with providing and maintaining quality public library services and fulfilling the obligations of the public trust. That responsibility requires that we conduct our work at the policy and planning level, exercise independent judgment, and engage with one another in a manner that supports the integrity and effectiveness of the board as a whole. During our December meeting, comments were made that referenced individual trustees and attributed motives to one another. While differing viewpoints are expected and appropriate, our trustee ethics and responsibilities policy is clear that authority rests with the board as a whole, assembled in public meetings. Trustees are expected to avoid personal statements, speculation about intent, or actions that may compromise the board or the district, and to clearly distinguish personal opinions from board decisions. Our meetings are conducted under Robert's Rules of Order to ensure orderly, fair, and respectful deliberation focused on the issues and motions before us. As chair, I will enforce these standards during today's meeting and all future meetings that I chair. Comments that are personal in nature, that attribute motives to other trustees or staff, or that fall outside the matter before the board will be ruled out of order. Trustees will be asked to redirect their remarks to the issue at hand, and if necessary, discussion will be curtailed to maintain a respectful and productive meeting environment. Our shared commitment is to govern effectively in service of the district, library staff, and the communities we serve. Thank you for your attention and cooperation as we proceed with today's meeting. Next on the agenda, the FVRL Board of Trustees will hear public comments. We will take up to 1 hour for public comments. Each person called will have 2 minutes to speak. It is 7:17. I'm going to go till 8:20, Miranda, and if you could call the online and in-person commenters one at a time. When called, please stand on the xylophone and direct your comments up to the board, not to the audience. Please say your first and last name when you begin.
First on online comments is Heather Frey. Heather, are you online? Not seeing Heather, so we will move to our first in-person, which is Bob Carroll. Bob Carroll?
Click the switch, please.
Thank you for letting me comment tonight. My name is Bob Carroll. I'm a retired union electrician, a voracious reader, and a user of this library system. So thank you. In relation to the strategic plan, I know you've heard a lot of comments about the word equity and equitable and at your recent board meeting, so I'll be very brief. You know, some on the board are against certain words in the strategic plan because they say the words are political and divisive. There may be a small minority who think so, but those words describe the concepts perfectly that are needed in the plan and should not be changed. The definitions of equity refers to fairness, impartiality, justice, often involving customized treatment to meet individual needs rather than identical treatment for all. Equitable means something that is just and impartial. These words and concepts are exactly what need to be in the plan, and I'm absolutely opposed to these words being taken from the plan. In addition to that, there was comments on intellectual freedom. without restriction, those words need to stay in the definition. And there was a lot of said about, that it's up to the parents to monitor their kids when it comes to what they can see. I'm urging the board to vote yes on the version of the strategic plan that retains equity, equitable, and no restrictions on access. And on another note, when possible in the future, I think the library staff needs to take a living wage too. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Line will be Caitlin Christley. Caitlin Christley.
Good evening, everyone. This is Ben Chrisley. Caitlin had to step away, so I'm going to read a statement that she wrote, if that pleases the board. Strategic planning exists to guide decisions when values are tested, and this is one of those times. Removing equity from the strategic plan doesn't make the library neutral. It makes it less explicit about how it can and does serve everyone. Equity isn't abstract or ideological, it's practical. The ability to participate in this very meeting by Zoom is an example of equity in action. Without it, this wouldn't exist, and these folks online wouldn't be able to be here. Equity gives us all the same right to be here, but equity is what removes real-world barriers so that access is meaningful, so that limited mobility or lack of transportation or childcare or time to get to the meeting from work doesn't preclude others from participating. That's equity. If we value intellectual freedom and public participation, we should be strengthening, not stripping, the language that makes those values real. And for those reasons, we, the Chrisley household, strongly oppose any removal of that language from the strategic plan in order to make things equitable for all so that we can all participate equitably. Thank you.
Next up in the room is Monica Tabor.
Hello, that will work. Can you bend it down?
Just
Awesome, thank you. Hello, everyone. Good evening, everyone. My name is Monica Tabor, president of Vancouver Metro League of Latin American Citizens. And I'm here tonight as a mother of two young kiddos who are back there, Aries and Rufio. As a parent, I need to give my kiddos the tool they need to navigate a world that is both diverse and unequal. Teaching them about empathy, equality, and justice is so important. It's about showing them the whole picture of life, not just the easy parts. We must face uncomfortable truths, just like we cannot erase history by burning books. Those who burned books in the past were not heroes. They tried to hide knowledge and truth. When we protect our children from the complexities of society, we do them a disservice. We need to teach them to understand others' experiences, especially those different from their own. They must learn to listen, ask questions, and embrace diversity. I want to stress the importance of keeping equity and intellectual freedom in our library documents. If we believe in freedom, we must understand what it really means. Freedom is not just doing whatever we want. It means everyone should have equal access to opportunities and resources. It's about making sure all voices are heard and that everyone can seek knowledge without barriers. We must remember the lessons of history. Censoring voices does not bring progress. It brings ignorance. Like those who tried to erase the stories of marginalized communities, we risk making the same mistakes if we let fear guide our actions today. I would like us to embrace all knowledge and experiences and to not avoid discussions about empathy, equality, and intellectual freedom. I'm so proud to be their mom and to teach them things I wish I was taught as a child. Coming to the library, getting books that embrace love, compassion, empathy, and different journeys is one of the reasons why we love coming here. If books get removed, it will not feel like freedom. It will feel like control. And our children are not Build-A-Bears. Where we choose specifically what we want them to be. Our divine purpose is to love them for who they are. Equity and intellectual freedom belong in our library documents. Thank you.
Next, we have online Will Onstead. Will Onstead will be followed in the room by Jamie Bear. If Jamie wants to come up. Will.
Hi, my name is Quill Onstead and my pronouns are they, them. I'm here to speak in support of Drag Queen Story Hour as a genderqueer member of the library community. Listening to Board Trustee Williams' comments last month was humbling. Board Chair at the time, Morgan's comments struck a more dissonant chord. She talked about considering the people who did not participate in the community outreach and surveys to help formulate the district's strategic plan and priorities. Does FVRL need to think about how to effectively reach out, engage with, and try to get these people into the library? 100%, yes. Does FVRL need to allow their non-participation to shape the district's strategic priorities and plans for the next 5 to 10 years? Absolutely not. It's like the government saying, well, we need to listen to the people who didn't vote. As Trustee Williams said, FVRL serves a diverse and vibrant population. They deserve diverse materials and programs free from attempts to censor in the name of protecting the children. Every family decides what is appropriate for their children, not the library. Patrons deserve the option to attend programs like Drag Queen Story Hour. Drag Queen Story Hour is a vital program that teaches kids about gender expression and identity in an age-appropriate manner. Parents who do not approve of Drag Queen Story Hour do not have to bring their children to any Drag Queen Story Hour programs. Please allow the staff of FVRL Libraries to present Drag Queen Story Hour and have the district live up to the ideals espoused in FVRL Libraries' equity statement. Thank you for your continuing service to the community.
So we have Jamie Baird.
Good evening. My name is Jamie Bear. My pronouns are they, them. I am a Vancouver resident, a registered voter, a librarian with 15 years experience in your public libraries, and I am president of ASME 307L, the supervisor's unit for FVRL. I'm here to urge this board to honor the community's vote to expand access to information by keeping equity in FVRL's strategic plan and to uphold intellectual freedom as a commitment to unrestricted access for all. I've heard the board comments that there wasn't enough public input, and in the district of 500,000 people, that's almost impossible to get everyone's input. But we have gone through the work of getting you an additional 1,254 signatures in support of equity and intellectual freedom this evening. You're welcome. You accepted the levy vote, even though only 54,000 people voted for it. You didn't say, oh, maybe we shouldn't take the money because that's not a big representation of our community. Those people voted, they showed up, they want expanded access. So I'm a librarian, not a mathematician, but the people who show up and speak up are the ones that really care about where this library is going. On page 69, you have two versions of the strategic plan. There are 18 pages on how you should accept the recommended version, which includes equitable access. It includes an intellectual freedom with the actual definition of intellectual freedom. And then there is a requested edits version. ASME 307L, all of our petition signers and your community support the recommended version, which includes equitable access. It includes intellectual freedom without restriction. And it is an important piece for us to go. I realize we've got our own stories. I have my own book where I'm the hero. You have your book where you're the hero. In intellectual freedom, both of those books can be on the shelf. If we take the unrestricted access out of intellectual freedom and say we respect parents' rights, if I'm a parent and I don't agree with your story, that may be your book that's coming off the shelf, and mine might be the only one there. So, thank you.
Online, we have Ashley Erdley. Ashley will be followed by, in the room, Sabine Carlson. Ashley.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Ashley Erdaley, and I have been a resident of Klickitat County for 20 years. I, along with my family and my students, am a regular user and a supporter of FVRL libraries, especially the White Salmon one where I live. I would like to express my strong support for absolutely retaining the words equity and equitable access as both core values as well as priorities for FVRL. In my years of experience, FVRL's emphasis on equity and access over the years has made its program stronger. And having books, programs, and language that makes all feel welcome and wanted there is instrumental in what makes it the heartbeat of our community. Our libraries serve as critical social infrastructure, and they work best when they are intentionally and thoughtfully inclusive. Vancouver Regional Library should reflect the voices of its communities, protect intellectual freedom, and stand firmly behind the values that have made it a trusted public institution. I urge you to please vote yes to keep equity and equitable access in your language. Thank you for all that you do for our libraries and our communities.
Next, is Sabine Carlson still in the room?
My name is Sabine Hamilton, and I'm an 8th grader at Shahela Middle School. I'm here to speak about the importance of equity and equal access in our libraries. The library has always been an important place for my family. I have many memories of my Una taking me and my brother here when we were younger. I believe that all people should be able to have the same great memories of libraries that I have. They should be able to read books that remind them of themselves and their lives. Back in 1942, my great-grandpa Jim, his mom, 3 brothers and sister, were taken to Tulu Lake Japanese internment camp in Northern California. He was 14 at the time, which is how old I am right now. My great-grandpa died when I was 5, so I didn't get to know him that well or his story. But I'm grateful that I've been able to learn about his experiences through other people's stories. I think it's important to have books like these because many people in our communities don't know about these important historical events. When my great-grandpa and his family were interned, many people in the community wrote letters to the government about how they thought it was unfair that they were being held because they knew they were good people. I think, knowing that his community was there for him helped my great-grandpa not become bitter during this challenging time. Like these people, I want to use my voice to speak up for equity. The library should be full of diverse stories that people can connect with and learn to feel empathy for others. I think it's very important that we learn from history's mistakes so we don't repeat them. Please keep equity in your strategic plan so everyone can feel welcome. Thank you.
Online, Melinda Hindno. Melinda?
There. Hello, my apologies. Melinda Heindel, White Salmon. Over the past 3 months of really heartfelt discussions, the stories that stayed with me were the stories of when our librarians advocated for their patrons. And that was true from rural Klickitat to urban Vancouver. So I'm here. I'm speaking in support of the petition that with over 1,200 signatures that's in support of the original wording of the strategic plan. And it was on behalf of our district-wide library staff to urge the Board of Trustees to retain the equity language and to uphold a full and uncompromised commitment to intellectual freedom. The petition language is really simple and really clear, and I hope the board members can agree that unwavering support for our staff, whose actions have always spoken louder than any words, is the keystone of our strategic plan. Thank you for listening.
So in the room, we have Carmen Getz.
My name is Carmen Getz, and I'm a resident of Clark County. Thank you to Mary Williams for courageously speaking up at last month's board meeting, supporting equity and unrestricted intellectual freedom in our district, in opposition to the views held by other Board of Trustee members. Thank you for supporting our library staff and for educating our community. I hear some board members saying, I think we're talking about the same thing. We are not. We are talking about intellectual freedom. You are talking about censorship. The First Amendment protects freedom of speech and expression against all levels of government censorship. Language and definition of terms in the strategic plan is censorship. Removing or changing language you feel in opposition to is censorship. We are talking about equity, you are talking about equality, and they are not the same. Equity, diversity, inclusion, and belonging are central to promoting and practicing intellectual freedom. Libraries have an obligation to provide equitable services to their patrons, and that must be stated. Some are talking about being the voice of my community. We are saying the community has already spoken. Several thousand, in fact, stated their support of equity during the community engagement process. Thousands voted to support a levy lift when we had equity as a priority. Public input consistently names equity and intellectual freedom as foundational to the role of the public library, not as partisan or discretionary concepts. Board members must put aside personal beliefs in order to truly be the voice of their communities. It is not up to board members to bring back community norms and standards, as was mentioned by a board member in a recent podcast interview. Our communities have spoken loud and clearly about what they prioritize in their libraries. Board members must listen to those voices. The board must vote to approve the recommended language of the mission, vision, values, and strategic priorities as originally presented.
We will have online Mike Goodpaster. Mike will be followed by Jessica Cole in the room. Mike.
Pilot asks, what is truth? A good question for tonight. Equity in practice prefers some at the expense of others. I see little diversity of opinion on display here. I recommend Member Williams' removal from the board or apologize to the 3 women she went after last month, including attacks on their faith. Hard left politics has been spiritualized. Reject the morbid identity obsession the left has with the sexuality of other people's kids at taxpayer facilities. The issue isn't moving porn to a different library location. The exploitative material spectacularly fails both the child and the public trust. This doesn't belong in the library in any location or capacity, and the term free to read is a lazy front for an agenda. Progressives see porn directed at kids as revolutionary. Where'd I go? Can you help me? As revolutionary enlightenment and liberation, their own, of course. They dust up over the word equity, which is just one anti-word meaning employed by the left to push their agenda. I'll allude to the book Lawn Boy, one of the numerous offending books, but there are many materials at the government library that are far more vile, found in so-called graphic books that feature full-blown sex acts between adolescents, especially boys. Lawn Boy was written by a radical who fancies himself a child social justice liberator, but seems more of a child procurer. Predictably, the book describes a 10-year-old boy who was molested by a 35-year-old male pedophile in mutual oral sex. According to the boy, now a young man, he says, it wasn't terrible. We'd be astonished if the author wrote that it was. Absent is any moral judgment by the writer of those who stock his book. The rest of the book leads to the unsurprising conclusion that the boy, now a young man, is homosexual, but he has self-actualized in his journey to adulthood.
Next up,
Thank you.
we will have Jessica Cole.
My name is Jessica Cole, and my local branch is the Battleground Library. I'm here to urge the board to keep the words equity and equitable access in the strategic plan. In libraries, equity is not a political concept, it's a practical one. Equity is designing services that work despite distance, transportation, disability, or scheduling barriers. Equity is also what makes bookmobiles, multilingual material, senior services, disability access, and varied programming across branches not only appropriate, but essential. This directly supports intellectual freedom. Equity and intellectual freedom also apply to LGBTQ materials. Providing access to those resources is not about promotion, it's about ensuring people can find information relevant to their lives. Libraries exist to provide access, and access shouldn't depend on whether a topic is considered controversial by some. Many things that support women today, like education, health information, and representation, were once considered controversial or political. Libraries helped expand access by focusing on service and community needs. That same principle applies whenever we talk about equity and intellectual freedom. Equity belongs in the plans because it names the values and makes access and intellectual value freedom possible. Thank you very much.
Next up online, we have Kathleen Emmerich. Kathleen Emmerich.
Yes, hello, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Um, so this board has a tremendous amount of power with regard to our public library, which is a fundamental public institution that serves our most vulnerable neighbors in ways that those of us with the privileges of health, safety, education, and housing will never fully comprehend. My main concern tonight, although there are many, is whether this undeniably powerful board actually understands the fundamental principles of a library. It's deeply disturbing to me that these fallible, implicitly biased human beings are wielding power to effectively dismantle the underlying philosophy of this pillar of free society, our regional library district. Without equity and intellectual freedom, you no longer govern a public library. Without equity, it can't actually serve the public. Without intellectual freedom, it is no longer a public library. Any alternative terms you may try and find will be inadequate. Knowing what I know about this board and some of its members' stated desires of placing, quote, controversial topics under age restriction, the change in language is clearly intended to allow an opening for these insidious policy changes. Please reconsider and vote against the changes that remove the terms equity and intellectual freedom, which are fundamental principles of a public library. Thank you.
Next in the room, we have Bev Jones. Bev Jones will be followed by Jake Osmus, followed by James Watson Hughes. Bev Jones.
Hello, my name is Beth Jones, and libraries are very important to me and have been all of my life. I am a longtime volunteer with the Friends of the Battleground Library, and I'm asking you, the trustees, to do the right thing, to leave the words equity and equitable access in the strategic priorities, and to not limit the statement of intellectual freedom. Thank you.
Jake Osmus.
Got my name right this time, thanks. Hi, my name is Jake Osmus. I'm an FVRL employee of 9 years and a WPA shop steward. I'm addressing the board today in regards to the shameful consideration to remove the term equity from the strategic planning, as well as a call to limit intellectual freedom. These are two core tenets our district, as well as librarianship, are founded on, that the community you serve is founded on. These tenets are meant to bring us together and form a brighter future, but instead are being diminished by decision-making like we have seen these last 2 months. The community voted for the levy, and when they did, it was under the promise of equity and intellectual freedom. Your own community survey asked the same of us. 80% of contact you received between last month's meeting and today asked for the same. For members of the board to come up here and make a mockery of community engagement is beyond disappointing. Who are we to decide what's fair? Equity is for all, fair is not. There is a saying that union contracts and labor rights are written in the blood, sweat, and tears of those before us. So is equity and intellectual freedom, and we will not regress. I am once again calling for the board to remove themselves from decision-making per their own code of ethics. It is evident that personal and political bias has affected their choices. We are asking you to represent the communities you serve truthfully or to step down. Please uphold the original draft. Thank you.
Next, we have James Watson Hughes, followed by Wendy Peterson, followed by Henry Marion.
My name is James Watson Hughes. I'm a school bus driver for Evergreen School District, union trustee with PSE, and a lifelong resident of Vancouver. I'm here to talk about a word that seems to strike fear into the hearts of many: Voldemort. Oh wait. Equity. I'm here to talk about equity. Members of this board have called for removing the word equity from the strategic plan because it makes some people uncomfortable. I'm here to say plainly that equity is important, and it cannot simply be replaced with words like equality. Equality means everyone gets the same. Equity means everyone gets what's fair and just. As I walked down the stairs to get into this building tonight, I couldn't help but think it would be equal to expect someone in a wheelchair to use the same stairs I did. It would be equitable to build the ramp. There's an old saying about judging a fish by its ability to climb a tree. That's equality. To judge the fish and the chimp by the same standard. Equity is judging the fish by its ability to swim. There's also another meaning to the word equity, to have a stake of ownership. And that's exactly what everyone here has. This is a public resource. We all have a stake in it, and we all have an interest in keeping it accessible and welcoming to the community. The idea that the word equity is divisive isn't supported by the community surveys this board itself commissioned. We can't dismiss that data in favor of small samples of anecdotal conversations simply because the word makes some people feel uncomfortable. And if I haven't convinced you that equity isn't offensive, I'll leave you with this. In order to think, you have to risk being offensive. Thank you.
Cindy Peterson?
Hi. My name is Wendy Peterson. I've worked as a public services assistant in this branch for almost 16 years. My grandparents immigrated from China in the late 30s. My parents were born in Los Angeles. They grew up in a similar era of strife that we are experiencing today. People being targeted just for what they look like. They were discouraged from speaking Chinese for fear of standing out. Can you imagine? They didn't want to be seen. They wanted only to live peacefully in a better place. I grew up in a small town in Arizona. Almost no one looked like my family. Imagine that. I didn't want to be seen. I didn't even know why. I didn't see myself in books, barely in television or movies. Most of those characters were horrible racial stereotypes. Now that I work in a library, I come across books all day long. And guess what? I see myself in them. If you don't know the feeling of not seeing yourself represented in picture books or graphic novels or any typical genre, let me describe it. There is a certain emptiness you didn't even know that you had until you discover their existence. And the feeling of joy it brings is enough to warm the coldest heart. Representation matters. I have a daughter with a genetic eye disease, but you might not notice because she compensates so well. We recently visited the Washington State Talking Book and Braille Library in Seattle, where she found a treasure trove of YA large print books. If you don't have a genetic eye disease, well, you wouldn't need these types of materials, but my child does, and we are grateful for services like these to help meet her where she is. The great thing about our libraries is that everyone has access to our entire collection. Well, I can finally see myself represented. My non-Asian friends can also read these same books and perhaps get a better understanding of me. When we understand each other's backgrounds and stories, we can then become more empathetic towards each other. We can discover what makes us different and also what similarities we might have. Thank you.
We have Henry Marion. Henry will be followed by Derek Seidma, followed by Amy Lee.
Hello, my name is Henry Marion. I'm a constituent and also was a volunteer for the library lift. I'd like to echo the other views expressed tonight about rejecting the proposed removal of equity and equitable access. But I'd also like to speak on the issue of intellectual freedom. I support the American Library Association's position to oppose all attempts to restrict access based on the age of users to library materials and services. Intellectual freedom is at the core of library science. If you don't understand the importance of the government staying out of the books we read and what we choose to think, then you may want to consider resigning your seats. Also for the Clark County appointees, the Clark County Council has changed, and it may behoove the people who are listening tonight for the members who think it's appropriate to censor reading materials in a public library, that it is possible for you to be removed for just cause. Thank you.
Next up, we have Derek Seitzma.
You got it right. Thank you. Rare occasion, rarefied air. Good evening. My name's Derek Seitzma. I don't enjoy politics. I despise division. I can't abide when public service spaces become battlegrounds. Nevertheless, I'm here tonight because libraries are not political spaces. They are human spaces. Libraries must be equitable by their very nature, not as a slogan or a trend, but as a responsibility. There where students without internet access come to do their homework, where voracious readers go when their families can't afford to keep up with their love of books, where junior historians lose themselves in the past, learning what came before so they can imagine what comes next. I am an educator, and libraries are hallowed halls, not because they're sanctified, but because they're one of the few places in existence where everyone is allowed to simply be, regardless of their race, belief, the color of their skin, the money in their wallet, or the orientation of their love. A library aisle is a symbol of inclusion, where Japanese manga can live next to medical journals and religious texts, where fantasy stands beside history and science, where curiosity is never told it doesn't belong, but is in fact encouraged in kind. When words like equity, equitable access, and intellectual freedom are removed from planning, it's not merely editing, it's erasing the core values of a library. Equity does not mean special treatment. It means no one is locked out of knowledge because of money, background, or circumstance. Intellectual freedom doesn't mean agreement. It means trusting in people to explore, question, and grow. It's often said that knowledge is power, but it's much more than that. Knowledge is freedom, and freedom is the right of all sentient beings. I'm here because I believe in two simple axioms. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few or the one, and that in all that we do, above all else, we are called to do good. This strategic plan will be an ongoing promise to the community, to students, families, readers, and future generations. Please don't let fear or discomfort rewrite that promise into something that clicks stationary.
We have Amy Lee. Amy Lee is going to be followed by Narissa Eckerson, followed by Tiffany Hine.
Good evening. My name is Amy Lee. I live in Vancouver. First, I would like to commend everyone who has invested their time and thought into developing the library's new strategic plan. I'm here today to urge the board to adopt the language exactly as it appears in the presented draft. As a retired librarian, with 40 years in the profession, I want to be very clear. The terms equity, equitable access, and intellectual freedom are neither political charge nor ambiguous. They are long-standing fundamental principles that guide libraries across the United States for generations. In fact, a brief review shows these terms are explicitly included in the strategic plans of many respectable institutions, including the American Library Association, the Public Library Association, and libraries in Santa Cruz, Seattle, Iowa City, the University of Idaho, and the University of Delaware, among others. I would also like to note that the Washington State Library established the Candace Morgan Intellectual Freedom Award to honor her lifetime contributions to intellectual freedom and the Library Bill of Rights. Candy Morgan, whom I had the privilege to work alongside, served as Fort Vancouver Regional Library's Associate Director and retired in 2004. Her legacy reflects the very value expressed in this plan. To honor, and I respectfully ask the board to honor the voices of the many community members who participated in this process and for the greatest benefit of those you represent. Thank you.
Next up, we have Narissa Eckerson.
Good evening. My name is Narissa Eckerson. I'm an employee here, but I'm speaking to you today as a member of the community. I would like to thank Trustee Mary Williams for her insightful remarks at your last meeting. You each have such an important role here that affects the service the community receives from the library. I am profoundly disappointed by most of our board's uninformed, lackluster efforts to debase our library district's strategic plan. To remove equity and begin chipping away at intellectual freedom from the mission, vision, and value statements is deeply embarrassing and outright harmful. It is antithetical to what libraries exist to provide for its patrons. The overwhelming majority of the community survey results and public comment you heard last month was in favor of equitable access and intellectual freedom. According to your board packet, you've received approximately 300 emails responding to this discussion. Over 80% of them favored retaining the proposed equity language. In your last meeting, one of you spoke of the people that aren't in the room. Where are these people you are speaking for? How can you advocate for people who aren't present and turn your back on the great number of people telling you repeatedly, we want equitable access in our libraries. We value intellectual freedom. Do the right thing. This community has been very clear in expressing their priorities and values. Act with integrity, be a responsible trustee, serve the community as they are asking you to, or step down. Thank you.
Next up, we have Tiffany Hine. Tiffany will be followed by Gary Wilson, followed by Phil Kronesbush.
Tiffany had to leave.
Okay. Gary Wilson.
Gary Wilson. Mary Williams' performative 20-minute range of a board comment pretended to read the minds of her fellow board members and act as if she knows their motives. You think you're smart, touting your library degree, but not smart enough to realize you've alienated the majority of your board. Good luck getting them to listen to any of your arguments going forward. You said, I know when something's rotten inside a governing body. Take a whiff. It's you. You said, if you erase the word equity, you erase the mechanism that ensures every patron can use their library. Wow, that would be fear-mongering. Can someone explain to her that the library is open to anyone? You said, if you erase intellectual freedom, you erase the obligation to protect access for all. Again, fear-mongering. No one is suggesting preventing access to all, only protecting children from explicit content, like movie theaters do. A 6-year-old can't walk into an R-rated or even PG-rated movie unaccompanied by a parent or guardian. Likewise, they should not be accessing similar material in our libraries. I have almost 5,000 signatures supporting protecting children in the library, a little more than 1,200. And I add this prayer for the majority of our board members. Finally, be strong in the Lord and in his mighty power. Put on the full armor of God so that you can take your stand against the devil's schemes. For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms. Therefore, put on the full armor of God, so that when the day of evil comes, you may be able to stand your ground. And after you've done everything to stand firm then, with the belt of truth buckled around your waist, with the breastplate of righteousness in place, and with your feet fitted with the readiness that comes from the gospel of peace. In addition to this, take up the shield of faith, with which you can extinguish all the flaming arrows of the evil one, and take the helmet of salvation and the sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God. And remember, greater is he that is in you than he or she that is in the world. Amen.
Philip Kronesbush. Phil will be followed by Cynthia Ernst, followed by Janet Hedgepath.
Just want to say thank you so much for being critical of the terminology that's being presented and not being bullied by the many in the community. Many people are concerned about the safety of children, and many people overlook that reality and want to gloss over that. We all know how important intellectual freedom is, but we all often see the horrible results of it. Things like what Oppenheimer might have done. People who make weapons kill others. You have to consider the reality that's around us. Thank you for considering the safety of children and being critical of policies. Thank you.
Cynthia Ernst.
Hello, my name is Cynthia Ernst, and I want to thank Mary Williams and Megan Dugan for clearly expressing the mission and values of libraries at the December board meeting. I am deeply concerned about the direction some members of this board are taking. One of the first things a dictatorship or other authoritarian government takes is to censor intellectual freedom under the guise of keeping our children and families safe. Why do you think the Nazis burned piles of books on Kristallnacht? They wanted to destroy anything that was contrary to their propaganda. Why did Mao Zedong send intellectuals to the countryside to work as slave labor to prevent free thinking? Stalin and Lenin disappeared countless people because they feared differences of opinion and knowledge. There are countless examples of the destruction of individual freedoms in the name of safety. Many tiny steps lead to the suppression of our rights. I fear that this board is leaning heavily this way. Please listen to your entire community who support complete access to all resources. Please allow parents to use their own judgment on what is appropriate for their children, not yours. I resent your assumption that you know what is best for my grandchildren. Thank you for listening.
Janet Hedgepath.
Good evening. My name is Janet Hedgepath. Words matter. Equity and intellectual freedom accurately reflect the values of the library itself. They provide safeguards against exclusion and censorship, which weaker substitutes do not. For example, while all are welcome is a wonderful banner across the door, it totally sidesteps the issue of what all are welcome to once they cross the threshold. Such language makes no guarantees that the library resources will be accessible to those that enter, nor does it prevent gaps in the knowledge and experiences found on the shelves. The substitutes all open the door to discrimination and censorship. Libraries are democracy in action. By providing access to a wide range of information and views, they let each individual explore new ideas and think for themselves. Do not cripple the basic foundation of the library with euphemisms and cheap substitutes. Maintain the equity and intellectual freedom of the library in both word and deed. Thank you.
Next up, we have Diane Clark. Diane will be followed by Nicole Morris, followed by Rachel Jackson.
Good evening. Did I get nervous? My name is Diane Clark, and I serve as an outreach librarian for the Fort Vancouver Regional Library District. I am here tonight to urge the board to retain the terms equitable access and intellectual freedom in our mission, vision, and value statements. There has been a lot of discussion about replacing the word equity with terms perceived as less offensive or more neutral. However, in the context of library service, equity is a technical term of precision. It acknowledges that not everyone starts at the same place. If we switch to words like fairness, we risk sliding into the passive one-size-fits-all model. Equity, however, demands that we be proactive. It is the difference between simply keeping the doors open and actively building a bridge to communities that cannot reach the library. My work in outreach is the living embodiment of that equity. Every day I go out into the district and I meet community members who face barriers to get into the library, whether those are geographic, economic, or physical. When I bring library services to rural communities, a homeless shelter, or a senior center, or a daycare, I am performing a vital act of equity. I am ensuring that the district's resources are accessible to all those who need them the most. Without the explicit value of equitable access in our mission, and the very foundation of outreach work becomes optional rather than essential. Similarly, intellectual freedom is our non-negotiable promise to the public. It ensures that the library remains a place for all ideas and all people.
Thank you.
Nicole Morris.
Hi, Nicole Morris, Vancouver resident, Van Mall area. I implore the board, you must uphold the original draft. Removal of the word equity is an act of censorship. We, the residents, are of one mind. Maintain equity.
Next up, we have Rachel Jackson. Rachel Jackson will be followed by Garrett Jackson, followed by Ann Bauer.
Hi, my name is Rachel Jackson. I've been a member of this library for 35 years. I have a family of 5. We live in East Vancouver and we have read 800 books last year together. And we love the library. Obviously, we come here all the time. Anyway, my daughter has Down syndrome and she attends public school, and in her classroom, she fair and inclusive treatment for her would be her sitting in the public classroom or in her like gen ed classroom, giving her access to whatever. But what she actually has, because we have an equitable IEP, you know, we work for this, she has an aide in there who actually tailors the knowledge, the information that the teacher is giving to like her own specific things, so she can actually learn and so that she's not lost and left behind. And by replacing the word equitable, which actually has significant like specific meaning, with fair and inclusive, which is such a broad term, we are leaving people behind. Also, it's about the it is not our librarians' role and responsibility to parent our children. It is essential that we have access to knowledge and information that is out there. It's not the government's role to restrict that. And I watch the things that my kids are checking out. And if people are concerned about the material that their kids have available to them, then that is their role as a parent to be active in the library and to be involved. This is just part of a good society. This restricting information is the thing that leads to cultural revolution and really like the downfall of society, and it's very unhealthy. So please keep that in. This is important. The end.
Next up, we have Garrett Jackson.
Hi, my name is Garrett Jackson. I contributed to that 400 books that we read this year as a family. 800, sorry. I'm a small business owner here in Vancouver. I've lived here for about 15 years, lived in Western Washington for mostly my entire life. And the library is central to my family. We are there weekly. It is everything to us, and I can't stress that enough. I stand with our community in retaining the language of equity and strategic plan. Equity guarantees that everyone receives the full benefit of the library. Without it, there is not a full benefit to members like my daughter who has a disability. Equity is everything. And honestly, that's mostly what I'm here to say today. The library really is serious about continuing to be the community center for literacy, learning, and civic life. Equity is a cornerstone of that. That's how we meet those needs. Removing language of equity is nothing more than complying in advance, which I read about in a book this year. Regarding intellectual freedom, I also want to talk about removing the phrase without restriction. This makes it so much easier to censor and ban and restrict that access. Adding the language to limit that shows not just cowardice, but a lack of confidence in your own ideas that they will survive. Additionally, the language that respects the role of the parents and the caregivers. Parents are already involved. Like my wife just said, we are involved on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, in what our kids are reading and sharing those discussions and ideas with them. Do you have such little confidence in the parents in your community that you think that you need to add this language? I'm very disappointed by that, embarrassed that we have to be here to have this conversation. It's contradictory to state that every community member may form their own perspectives if that child is barred from having access to perspectives. In our home, we encourage our kids to go home and bring us new ideas and share those without us. Without it, there's no exchange of ideas. Thank you.
Ann Bauer. Ann will be followed by Riley Dunhay, followed by Rachel Bancroft.
Hi, my name's Ann Bauer.
I'm a friend of the Woodland Library and a longtime volunteer, but tonight I'm speaking as a private citizen. Libraries are a place to learn and grow, to open your mind and see new perspectives. Therefore, I find it paramount to our existence as a library to enshrine in our values the right to equity and access to information and to intellectual freedom. We all deserve the right to think and learn and read what we choose. Thank you.
Riley Dunhay.
I'm Riley Donahue. And last month I came and spoke on equity and choosing the accurate words that mean exactly what you want to mean as being important when drafting strategic plans and mission statements. This month, I'd like to speak about the roles and responsibilities and ethics of board members to remind you of what those are, because it seems like they may be getting lost or forgotten. Some of those ethics and responsibilities include supporting staff in efforts to resist censorship, meet library information needs of all patrons, maintain independent judgment without regard to personal benefit, special interests, or influence from partisan political groups, keep all policies free of discrimination. You have a responsibility explicitly to listen to public. The public has repeatedly spoken out in favor of equitable access through these comments, through the survey, through your email communications. Acting in opposition to that is actively acting against your responsibilities as a board member. Removing equitable access risks allowing partisan politics to influence the words and meaning of the mission of this organization. You have heard from public and staff of the threat of censorship through the additions of caveats and exceptions to intellectual freedom. It is your explicit duty to support those very staff in resisting that censorship. Some members of this board have also mentioned needing to consider how to protect patrons or children to justify changes to intellectual freedom. I will note it is not in your ethics or a responsibility of this board to parent or protect people from content. That is not one of your responsibilities. Thank you.
And we have Rachel Bancroft.
Good evening, Rachel Bancroft. I'm here to urge you to keep the equity language in the library's strategic plan. Libraries exist to serve everyone fairly and safely. They are one of the last places where people can seek information without being tracked, judged, or excluded. And that commitment to privacy, intellectual freedom, and access for all is the foundation of what a library is. Libraries live out that foundation through 4 pillars: preservation, access, organization, and trust. The equity language strengthens each one of these pillars by ensuring what we preserve reflects all voices. Access is truly open to everyone. Collections are organized with care and fairness, and the community can trust the library as a welcoming, inclusive public space. In the 1940s, Eva Santee, one of the most important leaders in Clark County's library history, introduced bookmobiles so that rural families wouldn't be left out. And in the decades since, librarians here have done the same work in new ways, making libraries accessible to people with disabilities, to non-English speakers, to children who need early literacy support, and to neighbors who can't always walk through the library's doors. That is the equity language, and that is our living history. Our libraries still live these values every day through free library cards, accessible buildings, large print and audiobooks, multilingual materials, and outreach to people who might otherwise be left out. This isn't new or radical. It's what libraries have always done when they are at their best. Please keep the equity language in the strategic plan because it protects what makes the library trustworthy, welcoming, and truly public. A library that belongs to everyone must be built with everyone in mind. Thank you.
Everyone.
Thank you to everyone who stayed to comment. And I said 8:20. We have 6 more minutes. If there's anyone else that did not sign up that would like to speak, this is your chance. Please, in the back, come on up and tell us your name.
And I apologize, I did not have a prepared statement, so I'll be brief about it. The truth is I'm disappointed that we have to sit here today and that we have to have this conversation. As a community member who really supported having the levy passed, had a sign out, talked to my friends and my neighbors about supporting the library, the big reason that I support the library, and I encourage that my friends and neighbors to do the same, is that this is a community resource and everybody in our community should have access to that resource. I too have a kid with a disability. She happens to have dyslexia. We do a lot of audiobooks. My kids do audiobooks to go to sleep, and we use the library app to listen to them and Libby to listen to them through the library. And as somebody who has a kid with a disability, parents with disabilities already take a huge financial hit. We pay for therapies, we pay for medical appointments, we cut our hours at work, we take lower paying jobs that have more flexibility. Some of us are fortunate enough to be able to have audiobooks that we can pay for. Some of us aren't. And so a community resource should be that. People who have issues like disabilities shouldn't be penalized to have to pay more when we are already all paying for our community resource through our taxes. So I would really ask to keep the original language intact. Thank you.
Thank you. I saw another hand over here. Would you like to speak?
Hi, my name is Rachel Ernst, and I've worked for FVRL for almost 17 years. I just wanted to say quickly that if you choose to use the revised language that involves or includes fairness, I expect every board member to be here in person, not on Zoom, because that is what is fair. Fair is seeing everyone in person.
No, do not interrupt her speaking. Thank you.
Having to make eye contact with every board member versus someone having the ability to have their camera off and out of sight. It is equitable that they get to use Zoom and have their camera off. So yes, if you choose that language, that makes sense. Otherwise, you need to remove yourself from the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there someone online that would like to speak? Thank you. Can you tell me their name?
If you allow me to speak, my name's Miriam Hammer. I'm a resident of the Rose Village neighborhood, and I would like to just say that I'm in favor of continuing to keep equity, inclusion, diversity, and intellectual rigorousness and honesty and in the materials that govern and guide the board and the libraries. I think, as you can hear, there's a slippery slope that once you think that you have removed something that's icky with such language removed, suddenly all these things that are super important to all of us get removed too. And it is a world that we're living in right now where, I'm not even going to go there. I think we all know what's going on in the world, and it's feeling very uncomfortable for many of us. That's all I want to say. Thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate all your efforts and work on this. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Claire. Claire will be our last speaker.
Hi, thank you so much for letting me speak today. My name's Claire Bemis. I am a resident and community member of Vancouver and Clark County. I'm a mother of 2 young children, and I'm also a mental health therapist and clinical social worker here in the Vancouver area. I wanted to be here today to make sure that I could use my voice and ask the board to keep the language of equity within the plan for the future of FVL. Equity does not mean special treatment. It means representation for all, access for all, and an understanding that individuals have the ability to make their own choices around the content that's right for themselves as an individual, and the ability for parents and caregivers to guide their own children to the content that aligns most with their values and beliefs. These do not have to be censored. We are capable of making all of these decisions ourselves. It's apparent here this evening that the majority of the community supports equity and representation of diverse individuals and cultures and abilities, and the importance for everyone to connect with content that allows us to read and connect, that allows us to read information and books that represents them and enhances their understanding about other community members who are not like them. I believe that harm to individuals, especially children, comes so much more so with censorship and the exclusion of books, history, and content of diverse individuals. As humans, I just want to say we need to feel seen and heard.
Thank you. Closing public comment. The next item on the agenda is the consent agenda, the minutes approval, and approval of claims for December. Is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda as presented?
So moved. Seconded.
Any further discussion? I move this to a vote, please, Miranda.
Marie Coffey,
Aye.
Marianne Duncan Cole,
Aye.
Olga Hodges,
Aye.
Christy Morgan,
Aye.
Mary Williams,
Aye.
Irina Kakarina,
Aye.
Megan Dugan.
Aye. Thank you. The consent agenda is adopted. We approve all items on the agenda, which includes the December minutes and the December claims. And the next, let's see. We have the November financial statements. Katrina.
And just before Katrina starts, just a reminder that when you are to speak, please press the button on the microphone in front of you. Thank you.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. I am here to present the November 2025 financials to you this evening. So we're going to start on page 16 of 71 in your packet. The statement of cash, a few things that I will highlight there. Our year-to-date revenues for November of 2025 are just under 31 million, while our year-to-date through November 2025 expenditures are just over 27 million, giving us a year-to-date 3.6 million in the positive. This is great news for us. Our November activity, you see there, is just under $1 million negative, which is standard for that time of year based on the timing of our property taxes. The last thing I'll point out on this page is that we are meeting our targets, our cash targets to pay our expenditures month over month. Are any questions? I'm going to move on to revenues, which is page 17 of 71 in your packet. Overall, we continue to meet or exceed expectations with our revenues. This is great news. Our property taxes are at 99% through November. This is in part because 3 of the 4 counties we receive property taxes lag a month than when we receive them in the Clark County Treasurer's. The next thing I will point out is that our miscellaneous revenues there include $196,000 worth of insurance proceeds related to the fire that happened in the server room of this building that we'll talk more about later on in tonight's agenda. Any questions on revenues before I move on to expenditures? Okay, hearing none, we're going to page 18 of 71 in your packet. Overall, our expenditures for the year are running under budget, about 10%. We've talked a few times throughout the year, different drivers for this, so I won't go into that. The other thing that I will highlight on this page, a huge win, we finally released retainage for the Woodland building of $320,000. That was a long time coming. Any questions on expenditures or your financial report for November of 2025 as a whole? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you. Is there a motion to receive and file the November financial statements as presented?
So moved.
Seconded. Mary Ann beat you, Christy, on the second. Is there any discussion? Move this to a roll call vote.
Jane Coffey,
Aye.
Mary Ann Duncan Cole,
Aye.
Olga Hodges,
Aye.
Christy Morgan,
Aye.
Mary Williams,
Aye.
Irina Kakarina,
Aye.
Megan Dugan.
Aye. The motion to receive and file the November financial statements is adopted and approved. And next, we have Alicia Gamori and Jennifer with the organizational report.
Thank you. Hi, good evening. It's nice to see you all. I just want to share a few things that have been happening around the district. Stevenson just wanted to talk a little bit about a new outreach that they're doing at Stevenson High School and Middle School. These two schools were recently combined this year. And staff have been able to go and visit, spending 30 minutes during shared lunch period so that they can tell the teens about all of the great stuff we're doing and try to get them more engaged in the library. Vancouver also conducted several outreach trips to early learning sites, bringing valuable early literacy skills to over 147 students and teachers. Other outreach in December included teen engagement and also visiting assisted living facilities, which is really important. And then I'll just share a few programs in Woodland. They just started a Spanish conversation circle, which is going really well. They've had great attendance. The Read to the Dog program is back, and we know that everybody loves Read to the Dog programs. So they have a new therapy dog, Stella, which is great. And then they've also been having the Humane Society mobile vet van there, and that has been really, really popular. Lots of folks taking advantage of that. So just wanted to share a few great things that are happening around the district.
Good job complaining.
And to keep it short and brief, I'll just highlight one thing in the update from the foundation. We had a Happy New Year card jointly sent out from the foundation and the library, and Jenny and Jennifer are on the card. If you didn't get one in the mail, you can see it in the packet here. We've gotten so many comments back from people who have received these. They really enjoyed seeing that joint effort. And then Library of Things that the foundation supported the launch of. You'll hear a report next month of how that's going, and as we consider expanding more what we're thinking about. So we're looking forward to talking about that at next month's meeting. Any questions on the report or statistics?
Thank you. I did receive my card. I framed it. So next we have Brandon Cruz, branch manager of Vancouver Mall.
And once she puts it up, let's see.
Sounds good.
All right. Hello, and thank you for having me out today. I'm very excited to talk to you all about my great and unique little branch and the wonderful work that my staff are doing on a daily basis to interact with our community. So in case you don't know, the Vancouver Mall Library is located on the second floor on the east end by JCPenney's. But we haven't always been there. We opened up in '83, which was just 3 years or 4 years after the mall itself opened up. So we've been there almost as long as the mall. We in 97, moved to a larger location. And then in 2000, moved to an even larger location, kind of in the footprint where we currently are. And then in 2013, we were renovated to the current size that we are. We've done this year, we were able to do a lot of different programs, as you can kind of see. Some of my favorites were the Oregon Trail board game that you got to actually do and be part of. And all the participants, if you survived, got a button saying that you survived. Most of us got
eliminated.
What else we did? We also were able to bring in the Clark County Food Bank, which did a great presentation on food preservation. And one of the great things about the food bank is that everybody got to go home with bags of food to practice with. And so it was a great opportunity for people to not only hear some important information, but to also practice it. We also, because we are located in the mall, get to do programs that aren't directly in the library itself. So we were able to bring in multiple different cultural dancers and groups and stuff like that to do it in the mall center court, which allows us to get to a lot larger population than we normally do. The creature teachers, which is always a big hit, then almost 400 people attend that, which if it was in the branch itself would cause some problems. And then some. We also do a couple external book groups at some assisted living facilities near us, which is a great opportunity for us to get with the community and some people who might not actually be able to come in and see us. And so we're able to go to them. We were also able to do a lot of outreach this year. This year, we went to 5 different schools, 3 of which, since my time, since in 2020, we haven't actually been to. So it was a really great opportunity to rekindle some of those relationships. We also were able to go to 2 different assisted living facilities near us and do some presentations on some of the services that are there for patrons, such as our digital downloads and Talk Up to Washington Book and Braille services that they have. And while all these outreaches are very fun, and it's really fun to go and do these things, I will say the biggest outreach that we do as a branch is just being a library branch in the mall. There are a number of times that we interact with people who are shocked to see a library here, or who tell us this is their first time being in the library. You know, we're the point location for a lot of people. We sign up a lot of people for library cards, knowing full well that they're going to go out to Battleground or Cascade Park or VA. And it's a great opportunity for people to be reminded the great things that we do and the ways that they can interact with us and hopefully rekindle their relationship with the library. And here are some stats. I love stats, but I'm not going to bore you going into all the numbers themselves. Some of the things I will say, though, is that in 2025, we had our highest numbers of visitors, program attendance, Wi-Fi usage, and computer usage since COVID, which is a huge deal, like bouncing back, beating some of the last couple of years. We also have some very high numbers considering the size of our branch. Size-wise, we're one of the smallest branches in the district. But as you can see, for a lot of the stats, we're 5th, 6th in the district, beating out some of the branches with a lot bigger footprint than us. And I think a lot of that has to do with my staff, who do a great job of making everybody feel welcomed and really encouraged to come in and interact with the library more. And we're also getting a lot more people who are interacting with us on a longer basis and a lot more return patrons, and really building that cohesion and community as the group of people, instead of just people who are seeing this in the library or the mall, which is a great opportunity. And like I said, I can't really overstate how having us just there in the mall is a great opportunity, because they come to us unintentionally, where the other branches, they have to actively go to it. Well, they're in the mall and hey, let's go check it out. And so it's been a great year for us. I'm super excited for what we have to come, and really moving forward and taking some of these changes and things that we've been doing, and hopefully continue to keep bumping up our numbers. So thank you for your time. Questions?
Thank you, Brandon.
Yeah.
All right, Brandon has some fans in the room. So next, we have Katrina again with an update on the library server room fire right here in Vancouver.
Hello again. Yes, in June of 2025, there was a fire in the server room of this building, of which, as I said earlier, we've received $196,000 of insurance proceeds to offset the costs. So the fire caused damage to our crack units, which are specialized AC units that keep the server room cool. The crack unit malfunctioned, and so insurance is willing to pay for the replacement cost of the one unit. However, we have two units that work together, and based on several factors, it was not a wise decision just to replace the one. So we are replacing the two. That is an important point to make, because if we look here at the financial impact, we had initially estimated a total financial impact of $650,000, of which FVRL would pay $155,000. And our updated estimates have the total impact being $440,000, with FVRL paying $165,000. We've worked very closely with the different vendors and the insurance company to make sure that we're well taken care of throughout the process and made the best decisions. Jason, the fleet facilities director, I believe, is working with McDonald Miller, and we've received the units, or at least McDonald Miller should have received the units by now. And we hope to have the project done by April 1st. Any questions on anything I said or anything that's in your report? Thank you.
There will be some disruption when the units actually go into the public, and we will make sure to let the public know what's going to be happening. Mostly it's going to be regarding getting in and out of the parking lot, because cranes have to go up to the roof to drop things down. So we'll try to minimize disruption as much as possible, but there will be some when the install happens.
Thank you. In terms of connectivity during the installation, will that be stable?
Yes, it will not, well, it will not impact connectivity during the installation. There will be first replacing of the crack unit that was on fire, and the other one will be running, and then they will bring the new one up.
Redundancies.
But as far as the computer systems, those should be running the entire time.
Thank you.
Says our IT director. Thank you.
Thanks, Katrina. So next on our agenda, we have the strategic plan for 2026 to 2030 and a presentation by Group 4 and Point North Consultants.
Share loud.
I am Jill Ayers. I'm with Group 4 Architecture and Research and Planning. It is a pleasure to be here with you again this month after sharing about the facilities plan last month. And I am here with Katie Dye with Point North Consulting. Great. Thank you, board and community, for having us this evening. We appreciate the opportunity to come and speak on behalf of the strategic plan and the strategic plan update. We're here to share about the draft strategic plan in front of you for consideration this evening that will guide FVRLibraries into the next 5 years. Clicker. We want to remind folks of the goals that we set out upon in the beginning of the strategic planning process. It was intended to be a process which included a final plan that was inclusive of community, staff, and leadership voices. A data-informed approach to develop a strategic set of priorities, goals, actions, and community indicators of success. A strategic plan that provides staff and leadership with a roadmap to support decision-making and planning, and a multi-year strategic plan that meets communities' needs leads to financial stability and diversified economic development and supportive collaborative cultural development. With these goals in mind, we set out across a 10-month process. That was an intentional process that included 3 phases of engagement. We started with discovery, learning more about the district, having sincere and honest conversations with both board and administrative staff around where the district currently is at and the hopes for the future of the district. We set out then across a multi-month engagement opportunity, which you'll hear more about this evening, the findings from that engagement. And then we use those engagements to help inform our planning process. This was a highly iterative process. This was not a process that was done behind closed doors at a board table with just a few folks putting pen to paper. It started with a core planning team that was made up of the consultant team and administration staff from FVRLibraries. That core planning team was integral into the development of the strategic plan and the process that guided it all the way through the planning process across the 10 months. We started out with a discovery phase where we had one-on-one interviews with every board member, every administrative staff member, and we launched a next chapter advisory committee. This advisory committee was a representative committee of members who were representing positions of community, of staff, of board, and of community partners across the district. That discovery phase led to the outcomes of an environmental scan, which helped provide insights into where the district is at today. And we were able to put an engagement plan together based off of the insights informed by those we had discussions with. That engagement plan and that environmental scan informed our next phase of process, which was engagement. During this process, we went through a staff survey and a broader community survey, 2 next chapter advisory committee meetings. We facilitated multiple staff focus groups and community conversations across the district. All of those findings in that engagement process resulted in an engagement report. That engagement report was shared with the core planning team, the administrative staff. It was shared out with the board and with the next chapter advisory committee. All of that then led to our plan development process. We took the learnings from engagement and we went back to those individuals and we asked, what did we hear? What did we learn from what we heard? And in that, we use those learnings to guide the development of strategic priorities, strategic goals, the mission, the vision, and the values. The FVRL administration team was hard at work putting pen to paper around what strategic goals and objectives could look like based off of that work that was guided by community. All of this resulted in a draft strategic final plan that was then shared with you, and it's in your board packet today for consideration. Again, we just want to paint the iterative process that we've been through across the 10 months, and we thank you for being a part of this process and honoring all of those members of community and staff who were also part of this process. I'm going to hand it over. Oh, I'm going to share one more piece around discovery and some of those themes. Some of the piece that I think is really important to share before we dive into what we heard in the engagement is what we heard during this discovery process. Those themes are on the screen above in front of you. But the piece that I want to share with you all is that we did have the opportunity to have one-on-one discussions with each trustee. We also had the opportunity to have one-on-one discussions with each admin team member. And again, the questions we asked them was about where's the district today? Where do you see the district heading? What should the district be prioritizing? And how is that then reflected in the ideals of the next strategic plan? We use this information to help form that next chapter advisory committee and put together that environmental scan. It was really important for us to have those conversations in guiding this process, and we hope that those learnings were reflected in this process as well. Now I'm going to pass it to Jill, who's going to share a little bit about engagement. Okay. Stop that. Avoid the squeak. Okay. So when I was here last month,
I talked about the facilities plan generally, and I think I briefly mentioned that the engagement was shared between the strategic plan and the facilities plan. All of the activities fed both plans. That engagement process and plan was put together with Point North and Group 4 in consultation and collaboration with the library. So they were all designed together. The intent for the engagement, broadly speaking, was to provide opportunities for anybody who wanted to participate in ways that were convenient for them in a variety of ways. So we had these scheduled discussion opportunities, which were the 6 community conversations that were held across the district. Then there's also a virtual option for that as well. We had 3 focus groups with staff, which were virtual. So again, anyone who wanted to participate could sign up to do that. And then we had our asynchronous or anytime strategies, which is a community survey. People could do that on their own time, middle of the night, middle of the day, during their lunch hour, or when they were supposed to be working at work, whatever, worked for them. They could do that. And same with staff. So the goal for us was to get diverse input and ideas as we were thinking big about the strategic plan, where the library could and should go for the future. We wanted that geographic, demographic, lived experience, and library use diversity represented in our engagement. None of it was intended to be statistically significant. This was not going to be anything you would go say, down to the decimal point. It was definitely this or definitely that. This was really about gathering those ideas. We did the community survey and the community conversations were both available to be done in Spanish and Russian, as well as in English. We weren't seeking any specific feedback on any options. We didn't put any ideas in front of people in any of these ways and say, would you rather have A or B? Everything was just looking for people to share their ideas with us. We had a mixture of open-ended and quantitative questions. Et cetera. So the thing that was a little bit different than all of those opportunities was the NCAC, which Katie mentioned. It's an invited group of 25 or 30 people or so, I think, not publicly advertised, but met 5 times over the course of the project to hear the input that we were hearing through these other strategies. Does this sound right? Does this sound right for your community? Are we hearing the right things in it that should inform this process? I've done a lot of these processes around the country with libraries big and small, and I have to say this is one of the most robust efforts by a library to really get the word out about these opportunities to participate. There were social media ads. A mailer went out to every single household in the district. The surveys were put out in paper form at the desks in the libraries. There was a whole, a lot of website announcements put together by the marketing and communications team and a whole page that's still up about this process and what it's found. So this district-wide participation summarizes, a little under 2,500 engagements. And the reason we say engagements and not people is that this is a little bit of a Venn diagram. There were people who participated in multiple of these activities, and we can't take that apart. We can't get down to a single number. Library staff who live in the district may have filled out the community survey. NCAC members went to the community conversations. But for the most part, those overlaps are pretty minor. We had really big numbers in the community survey and the staff survey. Almost every staff member by the numbers participated. And so we're confident that this isn't, a whole bunch of people stuffing the ballot box. This was really a lot of people, unique individuals that participated in this process. We did get that district-wide participation, that geographic spread. How do we know that? The community survey, the first question I think that was asked was, what's your zip code? And I think it was a required question. And we wanted to know where people came from, not just whether they lived in the district or not, but where they lived in the district. We did see 4 numbers of population. The Clark County, the response numbers were biggest from there. But people in Skamania County and Klickitat County participated more relative to the underlying participation, much more likely to participate in this survey than those in Clark County. So again, we got people who really wanted to participate in this survey. The community conversations, all 3 counties, Goldendale, here in this building and throughout, as well as virtual. Anybody from anywhere could participate in that. And then the staff focus groups in the survey, we had great participation in both from the branches throughout the gorge, out in Goldendale, throughout Clark County, and then also folks from administration and those who work in the operations center, outreach bookmobiles who have that more district-wide lens in their everyday work. The best demographics we have came through the survey. We asked a series of questions so we could understand who people were and how they identify. But we saw similar trends in who showed up for the community conversations and in the NCAC as well. So in terms of age groups, most of our adult age groups participated proportionate to where they are in the overall population, with the exception that the over 70s were a little bit participate a little bit more, which is very common in a survey like this, and the under 30s participated a little bit less, but everybody else was more or less proportionate. Race and ethnicity, we also saw mostly proportionate participation to what we saw in the underlying census demographics, except for Hispanic and Latine, little bit less participation from people who identified that way or identified themselves that way on the survey. We had this other question, which I apologize is hard to read. This graph is in the engagement summary document, which I will tell you how to find later if you haven't found it yet. But is how else do you identify? And there were a bunch of options here and then an other box. And we saw really good diversity of lived experiences of folks who participated in the survey in this chart as well. So more than 400 people each said that they're active in their community and or a faith group. We had more than 350 people who said they live with neurodivergence, either themselves or someone else in their household. People living with disabilities, 1 in 6 respondents either has a disability or lives with someone. People without secure housing, people without access to technology or the internet in their home. People volunteer through the other, grandparents, teachers, students, retirees, caregivers, veterans, all kinds of people came together and participated in this survey. The majority of survey respondents, and this again is very typical for a survey like this, said that they are library users, but 85% said that they use the library at least a few times a year, if not monthly or weekly. We had another 10% who said that they rarely or never visit the library in person, but they use the services online, the robust digital users. And then we had about 5% who said they just don't use the library. So that's amazing for a survey. It's really hard to get the non-user to participate in a survey. So, again, congratulations to the library for doing such a great job getting the word out about this, that people wanted to participate. And then Katie already talked about the NCAC makeup, so I will not go through that again, but that was a really good diverse group as well. The staff survey, the idea here was to tap into the incredible knowledge that staff have about the community and the things that people come into the library wanting and needing every single day. The people in the community that they would expect to come into the library, but aren't for whatever reason. We're just not seeing folks in the library every day. People who know how the community's needs have been changing over time, how those needs might change in the near future. How well your facilities are or aren't meeting the needs of the community today and what they might or might not be positioned to support as the library moves into the future. So we got, I think by the numbers, we heard from more than 85% of staff, which is awesome. We heard from folks working in every branch in the district in both bookmobiles. We got a range of tenures for people who've been here less than 6 months to people who've been here for more than 20 years. So the preliminary themes as we were looking through those answers fed into the facilitation of the staff focus groups, which allowed us to dig a little bit deeper onto some of those answers and what we're hearing. This is one of the first questions we asked on the staff survey. What are you proudest of about the library? And it's just really wonderful to hear how much pride staff had across the board in the library itself, in each other, in the body of staff, and the passion that they have for working with this community, about the quality and the breadth and depth of services and resources and the spaces that are there for the community each and every day, and the positive impacts that the library makes for individuals and the community overall each and every day as well. So very deep belief in the library's mission and practicing that mission each and every day. So just a few of the quotes, but a lot of them are just like this. literally hundreds of questions on the staff survey when you consider that people could answer the same set of questions about all of the facilities and the bookmobile. So I will not make you sit through hundreds of answers here. My goal for this presentation was just to give you a sense of the kinds of things we asked and the kinds of things that we were hearing. But this is one of the questions that really fed into the strategic plan as well. What are the biggest opportunities you see for the library as it moves into the future? And so the top answers that I've got here, 1 through 5, are the ones where at least half of the respondents said, yes, this is something that is an opportunity for the library. Expanding access to library services, and in particular to underserved and rural communities, making sure that the library is staying on top of, embracing these trends in information and how people learn, read, and connect with each other. Strengthening visibility and awareness of the library. And you can always, I mean, despite the amazing job that the library does, there's always people who still don't know what there is, what the library does and offers. And then promoting equity, diversity, and inclusion was up there as well in there. All of these and the little ones that are too small to read, I apologize, but all of these are carried forward into the strategic plan that is before the board tonight. Okay. Community survey, go through this. I think I've mentioned digital and print, mentioned Spanish, Russian, and English. The survey was set up to offer meaningful opportunities for the non-library users. You know, as hard as we tried to get them to participate, we wanted them to have a question that they could answer other than what do you do at the library when you go in. So these versions of the questions on the survey also made it into the community conversations, which was that gentleman there with the poster. So one of the questions that we asked was, what is important for you and your community? Meaning, you know, what are the things that are important to you, and let the library figure out how to provide some of those things. We did provide a range of options. It wasn't exhaustive. The number one answer is this red column on the left, where 2/3 of respondents said that childhood literacy and school readiness is important for their communities. Next to that, the other red bar is teens and tweens, having good activities for them. We've grouped the other options here by category, but every option listed here, at least 30% of people picked this and said this is important for us and our community, having places to gather, connect, and participate in things together, access to information, technology, and resources for work, housing, health, and entrepreneurship, as well as just stuff to read, stuff to watch for fun. And then the need for places to be together to do things, and the places to be cool in the summer when it's hot outside, places to be warm in the winter when it's cold outside. We did, thinking back to the zip codes, we did take this apart by county because the Clark County numbers are so big, they tend to sort of like skew the averages overall. We don't want the Klickitats and the Skamanians to get lost in that. There were some little tiny sort of like differences, but for the most part, the trend was exactly the same for each county as well as for the overall. I think this is the last one, I swear, and then I'll let Katie take it back over. This was the only question that was asked of people who said they rarely or never visit the library in person. So anyone here who said they do visit the library didn't see this question, but this was what might be interesting or useful to you if the library offered it. Now, the joke here is that all of these things the library offers already. So back to the awareness question, you know, that's there. But the top answers were still very similar to what we saw in the community survey before. People are really interested in opportunities to connect with each other around things that are important or shared interests, participating in programs and events together, places to read, work, and study along groups, having after hours access, extended hours access to library materials and resources, technology, places that you can participate in a remote meeting that you may not have at home, et cetera. So all of these things showing up in the strategic plan, and then in the facilities plan, which again, I spoke a little bit more about last month, having the space to do these things, because that's one of the things that's important under all of these. So I'm going to hand this back to Katie now. She had mentioned the engagement summary document. It's on the library's website if you want to take a look at the themes that came out of it and that are finding their way back into the strategic plan.
Thanks, Jill. Okay, so what did we do with all of that engagement? All of that engagement then resulted in our strategic plan development, and we drafted vision, mission, values, strategic priorities, goals, objectives, and measures, which you see in your packet for consideration this evening. Before we jump into some of that proposed draft language, we want to remind folks of the audience of a strategic plan. Staff use a strategic plan as a decision-making tool to guide daily work, inform resourcing, track and measure performance, and align internal communications and processes. Funders will use this as a record of accountability and understanding of strategic direction, alignment with funding priorities, and assessment of impact. Donors will use this as validation of mission and credibility, reference for inspiration, for giving, and progress report on impact. Community partners, friends, and volunteers will use this as a foundation for collaboration, coordination, and planning efforts and advocacy. And community members will use this as a reference for library priorities, a source of engagement and trust, and a record of accountability. With that, the draft proposed strategic plan language, as you have seen, as was presented back in November, is what we're going to go through first. The vision: we are the community hub for literacy, learning, and civic life, where every person thrives through knowledge, curiosity, and connection. The mission: we champion equitable access to literacy and lifelong learning for stronger, more connected communities. And the values: integrity. We earn public trust by leading with transparency and stewarding our resources with care, upholding the right to intellectual freedom and access for all. Connection. We create welcoming spaces, connecting people to ideas, resources, and one another, so everyone we serve is seen, valued, and respected. And lifelong learning. We build literacy, nurture curiosity, and encourage discovery, embracing exploration, creativity, and growth at every stage of life. The strategic priorities that are before you, which is what resulted in all of the engagement. We took and analyzed all of that engagement. We synthesized that into themes, and the team, through all of our back and forth work within Next Chapter Advisory Committee, came up with these strategic priorities. Operational excellence: fostering a culture of learning, accountability, and continuous improvement that unites our staff, systems, and spaces to deliver exceptional service and lasting impact. Community connection and inclusion: building meaningful connections through partnerships, access, and welcoming spaces where everyone can learn, share, and belong. Library programs, collections, and services: develop and deliver inclusive, engaging offerings that reflect community interests to inspire learning, strengthen connection, and enrich the lives of people across all ages and backgrounds. Spaces and technology: creating welcoming, innovative, and adaptable environments to connect people, expand access, empower discovery, and meet evolving needs in our communities. Now I'm going to show the evolving work that has proceeded with the idea that these 4 strategic priorities would be moving forward, and the work that FVRLibraries administration team has done with the idea that these would be the 4 strategic priorities over the next 5 years. That's defining the priority, which I have read aloud already. Operational excellence, the definition is right below that. And then there are defined goals, objectives under each goal, and measures within each of those. So there is a way to hold the team, administrative staff across the district, and the board accountable to, if we say this is a priority and we've set goals to it and we have objectives, we can track how we're measuring against progress. You will see that there are draft working goals, objectives, and measures of success under each 4 priorities. This is operational excellence, with the draft working goals of strengthen operational capacity and efficiency and foster a culture of learning and continuous improvement. I want to remind the board today that these are draft working goals, objectives, and measures that will be the ongoing work of the FVRL admin team to lead these goals and measures in the coming years. They'll continue to refer to working as this is a working document and providing updates on progress as we progress. The priority of community connection has proposed working goals of deepen community connection and sense of belonging, and strengthen community partnerships and collaboration, again, with objectives and measures corresponding with those goals. And I keep us moving through library programs, collections, and services as defined underneath, with the working goals of expand access to library resources and opportunities and enhance relevance, responsiveness, and collaboration, again, with working objectives and measures. And the final priority area of spaces and technology, with the working goals of designing welcoming, adaptable, and sustainable spaces, integrate technology for learning and innovation. You can see that this is a glimpse into how a strategic plan is built out. Again, one that will come back to you for further working ideas around goals, objectives, and measures. We understand that this is a lot of words and that words matter. And so the recommendation to include a glossary of terms around the language used in this document was presented. The glossary of terms was presented to you all in November and has since had discussion. This is the same glossary of term that was presented in November that includes equitable access, hub, sustainable stewardship, intellectual freedom, welcoming spaces and environments, belonging, enriching lives and collections. Now we're going to move through, since we've presented this information in November, we've heard feedback. We've heard feedback from the board, questions and concerns around some of the content. We've listened to the board's feedback and we'll walk through the original recommended content and the requested edits. On the screen in front of you and in your packet, on the left, you will see the recommended content that was originally presented to the board in November, and it has remained the same since then. On the right, you will see requested edits that includes the board's feedback since that date. You will see highlighted terms that were directly in question and that are being showed as the requested edit. I'm going to move through just those highlighted portions. In the vision, the recommended language was around hub, specifically community hub, and the requested edits were around changing that to community center. In the mission, equitable access was requested to edit to fair and inclusive. In the priorities, you will see the use of equitable access at the bottom of the priority statement. And again, the requested edits would then change to fair and inclusive access to match what was in the mission statement above. In addition to the requested edits to the vision, mission, and priorities, there were requested edits in the glossary of terms, and I will go through just those requested edits. Equitable access was the recommended text, the original recommended text, and the requested edits was to change the terminology to that to fair and inclusive access, the definition remaining the same. The recommended text around hub was requested edits community center with the definition remaining the same. The recommended text around intellectual freedom is the definition that you see on the screen in your packet. And the requested edits, I'm going to read that. The freedom to read, learn, and explore ideas. FVRLibraries provides a diverse collection, protects the privacy of our users, and encourages curiosity and open inquiry, even when ideas may be controversial or unfamiliar. It affirms the freedom of every community member to seek knowledge and form their own perspectives, and respects the role of parents and caregivers in guiding their children. That concludes the requested edits in the proposed strategic plan content around vision, mission, values, strategic priorities, and the glossary of terms. Before passing this off to Jennifer, I just want to take a moment to acknowledge the work that was given to this process by the Board of Trustees, particularly those engaging in the Next Chapter Advisory Committee as an additional opportunity to advance this process, the administrative team for continuing to show up through all of this work over the past 10 months and lead this work, and the Next Chapter Advisory Committee members made up of community members, partners, staff, and board who gave to this process, investing their time, efforts, and thoughts to move forward a strategic direction for the district for the next 5 years. We thank you sincerely for your time in this process. I'm going to pass it over to Jennifer.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda, Jennifer has the staff report for the 5-year strategic plan. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Well, it's good to finally talk, everyone. We've got about 2 hours worth of consciousness. I do have a 6-page staff report packet that I hope you have read. I am going to highlight some aspects of that. The staff recommends that the Board of Trustees adopt the mission, vision, values, and strategic priorities as recommended for the Fort Vancouver Regional Libraries 5-year strategic plan. These elements reflect extensive community engagement throughout 2025, align with core public library values, and provide a clear and actionable framework to guide the organization over the next 5 years. A clearly articulated strategic plan is essential to the long-term success, accountability, and sustainability of our libraries. As a public agency serving a geographically and demographically diverse region, the library must balance responsiveness to evolving community needs with responsible stewardship of public resources. In an environment of rapid social, technological, and informational change, a strong strategic plan ensures that FVRL Libraries remains relevant, equitable, and well-positioned to serve its communities over the next 5 years. This 5-year strategic plan is a shared framework supported by clearly defined and complementary roles that we all play: the Board of Trustees, the library leadership, staff, and community members. For the board in particular, it's to provide governance oversight by approving and adopting the mission, vision, values, and strategic priorities, ensuring alignment with community expectations, public accountability, and long-term stewardship. The 5-year strategic plan was developed through a deliberative, inclusive, and multi-layered community engagement process designed to ensure that the plan reflects the voices and priorities of those FVRL Libraries serves. In total, the outreach effort generated a total reach of approximately 1.23 million reaches. That represents impressions that we've had through our newspapers, through interactions, through tabling, social media, digital and print advertising, and web page views. Key components of the process included, and I'm repeating some of this because it's very important: interviews with each board member and admin team member, 7 community conversations held across the district and virtually, providing opportunities for residents to share perspectives on library services, priorities, and aspirations. I enjoyed every single one of those. A community-wide survey with over 1,800 respondents. And I want you to understand, I've worked all over the country. I have never seen this kind of response. And it's gathered broad input on needs, values, and expectations. And our staff, again, breaking records, over 85% response rate of engagement. Our Next Chapter Advisory Committee, comprising 6 staff, 3 board representatives, and 17 community members from across the district, representing local government, education, small business, community partners, and others, guided the process and plan development. Together, these methods prioritize depth, diversity of perspective, and validation of themes across audiences rather than participation by volume alone. The approach ensured the mission, vision, values, and strategic priorities are grounded in lived community experience and reflect both current needs and long-term aspirations informed by 2,423 direct community engagements throughout the planning process. Equity and intellectual freedom are foundational principles of public libraries and central to the mission of our library. They are also consistently affirmed by what the board has heard directly from the public through public comment and emails to the trustees, community conversations, and ongoing dialogue. Between December 2nd, 2025 and January 20th, 2026, approximately 300 emails have been sent to the Board of Trustees with feedback regarding the language of the strategic plan. And I can tell you that since January 20th, there's been 71 more. As the board considers the final language of the strategic plan, this analysis laid out in the words below was intended to inform deliberations by summarizing the scope, themes, and patterns of public comment received and documenting how these perspectives align with the library's mission to serve the entire community. I'm not going to read all of those to you, but I do want you to ensure that you have read them because people have taken their time to tell us what they think. And whether they've signed a form letter or wrote their own words, their time matters. And this whole process was about getting everybody's input. And I'm very proud that our people are showing up and telling us what they think. Staff wish to acknowledge the contributions of Point North and Group 4 Architecture, both Jill, Katie, and the teams whose experience and collaboration were instrumental in developing the strategic plan. Both firms demonstrated a strong understanding of public libraries and a commitment to an inclusive, thoughtful process. Their work has resulted in a strategic plan framework that is both aspirational and actionable. Please see page 79 of your packet. I'm going to try to do that too. So this is the side-by-side view that Katie had just gone over that has both the recommended and requested edits of the draft mission, vision, values, and priorities. And on page 80, the same recommended and requested edits for the definition on intellectual freedom and the word choices of hub versus community center, equitable access versus fair and inclusive access. I'm asking that the Board of Trustees take action to adopt the mission, vision, values, and strategic priorities presented in the recommended language for the Fort Vancouver Regional Library's 5-year strategic plan 2026 to 2030. I'm very excited about the plan. I'm very proud of the plan, and I can't wait to actually get to work on the plan. Please let me know if you have any questions. Thank you.
I do have a question. Sorry, I don't know why it's doing that. Okay. On page, in the blue papers, it talks about intellectual freedom, and it says the glossary of terms is not one of the areas that the board is required to vote on. Terms that will be used will align with the language that has been approved by the board thus far. However, the definition of intellectual freedom is an area that is requested edits. So basically my question is, some people wanted intellectual freedom left in because the glossary definition was updated. Does this mean that since we aren't required to vote on it, it could be updated at any point in the future without our consent?
Great question. I think that we're asking you to vote on it so that we know which definition to use going forward. But yeah, technically, if you do vote on it, then no, we couldn't change it without coming back for a vote.
So in the glossary too?
Correct.
Oh, okay.
have a question too. I didn't say it, indeed was interviewed once. Unfortunately, I wasn't participated in any committees. About 10 days ago, I put my suggestion for the plan. It was shared with the board by email, but it's not included in this package. I would like to share it with the board right now.
You have copies of it, Irene? Okay, can you pass it, please? Are there any further questions for Jennifer before we move to adopt a strategic plan language?
I guess my question is, are we gonna talk about this one then, or?
I think we're gonna go through.
The problem is,
Sorry.
those microphones can't be on at the same time.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why.
Okay.
I have several options for us to vote on. If none of those options is successful, then we can move to Irina's version.
Have you been pass those options out in writing to us?
The options are the ones that were just presented to us here. So the first option is a vote on the recommended language, the recommended mission, vision, values, and priorities as presented in the original draft.
So moved.
Is there a second? Okay, I'll second the motion. Is there any further discussion? Olga, please go ahead.
Oh, can you hear me? I was asking if we can see the document somehow online that was just passed around. Is that an option? Is there a way to do that?
Can this can
This document was sent to you, Olga. It was Irina's recommendations around the language changes. It was sent to you within the last week or week and a half.
Okay, I'll look it up. Thank you.
So we're voting on the original language. Could you please do a roll call, Miranda?
Ray Coffee,
No.
Marianne Duncan Cole,
I can't answer that because I still am trying to find the doc. I shouldn't help you. Okay, okay. And so it's in here. I am put your packet. Okay.
This is the original language. Probably.
This is the one we're voting on now. Okay. And this is the one that has the edits. Sorry. That's okay.
Miranda, do you want to come back to Marianne when she has a chance to look at it?
Olga Hodges,
No.
C. Morgan,
No.
Mary Williams,
Yes.
Irina Kakarina,
No.
Megan Dugan,
Yes.
Marianne Duncan Cole.
Still in process, so I'm not going to vote.
Okay, the motion to approve the recommended mission, vision, values, and priorities is opposed. And we will move to option 2, a vote on the alternative language that was presented just a moment ago by the consultants. Is there a motion to adopt the revised language, mission, vision, values, and priorities?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Just seconding to move the vote forward. It's not, you're not voicing support either way.
Can you hear me? Second.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion?
I'm, uh, can you clarify, are we reviewing another document after this?
We'll wait and see if this motion passes or fails. If it passes, then we will be adopting the revised language that was presented in the board packet and on the screen.
Okay, I have to look up the document, so I need a minute.
It's page 79. The requested edits is what we're voting on.
I'm sorry, I'm referring to the one that was just handed out.
We're not voting on that right now.
Right, but if we vote for this one, then we don't vote for the next one. Is that correct?
Yes.
So do we? I think we should just postpone it till next. No, I don't know. Okay. I'm gonna try to call a recess or anything, or are we fine?
Olga, are you still looking for the document?
So I'm going to try to pull this up so that Miranda can display it on the screen. Do you have it? Okay, Miranda has it. She gets the gold star. She's faster than me.
Yay, Miranda!
Chair, can I say something about?
Yes, go ahead, yes.
So board committees met, and I met also with Irina individually. We agreed that language would be brought here. And we agreed, the majority of the board agreed that the requested edits was the alternative that you were voting on, and we were not wordsmithing tonight. So yes, you can introduce this other language, but this is really not what was agreed upon to move forward. So there are issues with how it's written. So I just want that to be clear to the board.
Thank you. There's a motion on the table for the alternative language, the revised language that was requested by the board and presented by the consultants. Is there any further discussion about that motion?
Yes, I respect what you're saying. However, this was put forth before the agenda came out, and not wanting to wordsmith and agreeing not to wordsmith is one thing, but then when it comes to, that's not a promise of a vote. And so if people, want to discuss this, I think that they should be taken seriously.
And so what are you suggesting? We take them seriously tonight, or?
You want to turn your mic on?
I'm asking, what are you suggesting?
But just make sure you speak in the mic.
I'm asking, what are you suggesting? To postpone a decision about this until the next meeting, to give us some time to review this?
No, I'm saying that. Turn off your mic. No, I'm saying that we can move forward, obviously we must. And so if it comes down to it, though, a discussion should be had to include, it's up on the screen now. So that actually doesn't look like what I have. So we would need to revisit this, is all I'm saying.
When we had a meeting, I asked if I can bring my suggestion, and you said yes by Friday, and it was submitted by Friday.
We can discuss this version, but there's a motion that has been moved and seconded for the alternative language, so I'd like to call a roll call vote on that now.
Any coffee?
Well, I can't see all of the screen. It looks like there's half of that page is not visible.
Marie, we're voting on page 79, the requested edits that were presented in your packet.
Well, a third option has just been presented, and I just heard that someone said this is not the same document that you all have. So can you please clarify, and can we
I'm saying that there's a motion that you seconded to vote on the approved alternative language that we all looked at, the revised language. We need to take a vote on that before we can move on to the third option.
Okay, well, the third option is a new option, and for us to seriously consider it, we need to have at least the same documents that you're looking at.
I can't provide those to you right now, and we need to take a vote on option 2. Please call the roll.
Green coffee.
I'm going to abstain because I can't see the other one.
Isn't it on the screen? Do you want to withdraw your motion? It's for a friendly amendment, so they can read this first.
Are you looking for the document again, Miranda? Okay.
And if you could email it to them so they can pull it up. So
Green coffee.
I'm sorry, I still can't see the bottom of that screen, of that page.
That's not what we're voting on. She needs to be reminded what she's voting on.
if we read it into the
Yeah.
You can
Marie-
just take it from 100% to 50%, and it will be visible on the screen. Does that make sense? Yeah. Or 80.
Can you come back to me? Give me a chance to read it.
And Duncan Cole.
Well, go ahead. Yes.
Olga Hodges.
Can you come back to me while I review this as well?
Christy Morgan.
No.
Mary Williams.
No.
Irina Kakarina.
No.
Megan Dugan.
No.
Marie Coffey.
Yes.
Maria, are you clear? Maria, are you clear that and what we're voting on? Because
we're voting on the requested edits.
Yes, that's correct.
And now we're going to vote on the third option.
Chair.
We have a motion that we're still voting on. Someone asked to be returned to vote. We have 4 nays, 2 yays, and 1 person who wanted us to come back so they could review the third document. The noes have it. The motion is opposed with 4 votes no. So we have option 2.1, the version that is on the screen right now that was passed out to the members in the room isn't the same. Do we have a motion to adopt the version that Irina just presented a moment ago?
It's not the same.
No, I'm not supposed to talk, but that's not one option. She's providing multiple.
It's not the same one we have here.
I think
So-
we need the time.
I think we need to come back to this if it's, because we don't have the same thing. And
Yep, what you had emailed me, Irina, is different than what you've handed out tonight.
Yes, because it has a has multiple choices. And as you said, it should be one document. We can have a few. So I printed out the copy with a one for each statement.
Is there any critical reason why we need to make a decision tonight?
We pushed it out so long. It might be good to just do it tonight. Would it make sense to read aloud what the document that you're referring to?
can we do
Irina,
that?
if you'd like to read the version that you're proposing, could do that.
Okay.
We could also take a minute and I could have a staff member scan this in and email it to the board members. If you'd like to do that.
It's up to you.
Yes.
Whatever is easier.
I think it's up to them.
Okay, do you want to scan?
Okay, would you like it read into the record, or Marie, would you like it read into the record, or would you like it scanned and emailed to you?
You can go ahead, Marie.
I would like it scanned and emailed so I can read it all.
That's fine.
Okay, we'll take a 10-minute recess while the document is scanned.
I'm having some technical issues. During the last vote, my bandwidth cut out. Are you able to hear me right now?
Yes, we can hear you, Olga.
Okay, if for some reason it starts to get spotty, can you please speak up? I'm keeping the video off so I can keep the bandwidth going. I apologize. I know these technical issues are a real pain.
This is unacceptable.
This is not acceptable. The board member can't be making changes.
Otherwise, they're gonna be like, I'm not ready yet. Yeah. This is definitely not what we need to be doing right now. But
Bring it as well.
We could table it till next time.
Yeah.
I mean, I know everybody wants to be done, but.
no,
I don't.
we want to finish this. I think you took mine.
Yes, you might have.
Okay, Olga, Marie, we have scanned in the document, so we're all looking at the same version now.
Oh, she can't unmute herself.
Thank you, host. I'm unmuted now. I'm reviewing the document in the email.
Likewise.
Okay, I've read it. I'm satisfied on my end.
Okay, thank you. So I will entertain a motion to vote on the version that's on the screen now.
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second.
Is there any discussion? All right, will you call the roll, please, Miranda?
Marie Coffee? Marie Coffee?
You know what? We're having so much chat and discussion on the Zoom that it's creating disruption. So maybe we have to type in our vote if Marie's still here. There's disruption happening on the Zoom. Are you able to hear me? Can you raise your hand? Somebody. Hello, can you hear me? Can you respond?
Yes, we hear you.
Thank you. I'm getting errors.
There's Marie.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
I thought I heard you ask for discussion on this.
I did.
I couldn't click in.
Did you have something that you wanted to say before we call the vote?
I would like to have more time to look at this. I was going to agree with what Mary Ann Duncan suggested, that we take more time to compare all of these.
We have taken months and we are ready to take a vote on this version or move to voting on each section independently tonight.
Well, we haven't seen this one prior to this, but
we did. It was emailed to you quite a few days ago.
It was, but this has, those were just like feedback suggestions, and now this has one for one, basically. So there isn't really options for us to choose something. But I guess in the favor of time, if we need to move forward, let's move forward.
We can either vote on this version or we can table it and move on to voting on each section independently.
I like the idea of voting on each section independently.
I'm okay to proceed with the version I see in front of us. I don't see any massive problems.
Okay, so Miranda, could you call the roll again then?
What are we voting on?
Yeah, what are we voting on?
We had a motion and a second to approve the language that is currently displayed on the screen, and that was emailed to you.
Language.
No.
Are you voting no? Did you call her?
Earlier before. Great coffee.
It's crazy how this.
I can't unmute. Oh, there we are.
Great coffee, your vote?
No on this one, individual votes.
Mary Ann Duncan Cole,
I'm fine with this. Yes.
Olga Hodges,
Yes.
Christy Morgan,
Yes. Yes.
Mary Williams,
No.
Rena Kakarina,
Yes.
Megan Dugan.
No. Okay, so this language is approved. Motion passes.
$500,000.
Order, if you cannot unmute yourself. We need order in the room. If we need security to come in, please.
I have a question, Chair.
Yes.
So what was voted on, I think is incomplete. You have voted on a vision, and I'm not sure what you voted on. Did you vote on the other option on here? Because that was not stated in what the motion was. And this is only vision and mission. Where are the values and priorities? So do we have a full vision, mission, values, and priorities document? I don't see that. So what is the board voting on?
What I thought we were voting on is just these changes to the revised document, so.
That was not clear in the motion. In addition, integrity is under values, but nothing else is listed. And I don't know what conclusion goes to. So I do think you need to clarify that motion because it's unclear.
You wanted me to clarify that? So I proposed the revised version, same as was proposed here. Whatever is not changed is the same. Whatever changed was provided in this document.
So it would help me then if we go piece by piece, because I have to implement this and I need to understand what the board's wishes are. And I'm not clear. I'm really not. So under vision, I believe that what you're intending to do is to say we provide the foundation for literacy, learning, and civil life, helping every person prosper through the power of knowledge, curiosity, and community connection.
That's right.
Under mission, we open doors and provide access to literacy and learning for all, creating a foundation for stronger, more united communities.
Right.
Okay. And then under values, integrity would change to we earn public trust through transparent leadership in the careful stewardship of our resources. We are committed to upholding the right to intellectual freedom and access for all in a manner that honors the primary role of parents and guardians.
That's right.
In connection and lifelong learning, what is lifelong learning is the terminology that should have been used up in mission as well. That is staying intact here. Then when you get to priorities, I'm not sure. Which version are you using?
This is so confusing.
Copy of this. The recommended version or the requested edits?
So whatever is up to the last paragraph is the same in both versions. So
This is your priority conclusion. Okay.
It's the last paragraph in
the last paragraph.
Great. So everything is good up to the last paragraph where you'd like, together they ensure we offer inclusive, engaging, and responsive experiences that spark curiosity and support lifelong learning, nurture creativity, strengthen social connection, dedicated to serving people of all ages and backgrounds with excellence.
Irina, in the vision, under current version and under the new option that was voted on, it says civil life, where in the draft it says civic life. Is that a misspelling or is that intentional?
Probably a misspell. Let me see. Should be. Yes, it should be.
It should be changed to civic life.
Civic life, yes.
We already, so you'll have to amend that.
I would like to amend the language then in this version. Can I please get a motion to approve the amended language?
Moved.
Seconded.
Any discussion about that?
Can you clarify what we're voting on now?
Yes, there's a misspelling in the document. The current version and under vision says civil life, and that is not the version that was created by the consultants, and it's repeated. The misspelling is repeated in the option, the new option that was approved by the board. So I would like change it to the correct spelling and vote on that.
Okay, so just the spelling of that word.
No, I'd like to revote on the corrected language, and it's been moved and seconded that we approve this corrected language in this document. And I think Jennifer also clarified where these sections go in the strategic plan, vision, mission, values, and priorities.
Yes.
Are you ready to vote on that, Marie?
Best of my ability.
Are you just
Okay.
changing civil life to civic life?
Yes.
That's it, right?
That's the only change that I've proposed. And it was moved and seconded that we adopt the
Changes.
that I just proposed.
Okay, thank you.
Miranda, could you call a roll, please?
Ray Coffey,
Yes.
Marianne Duncan Cole,
Yes.
Olga Hodges,
Yes.
Christy Morgan,
Yes.
Mary Williams,
No.
Irina Kakarina,
Yes.
Megan Dugan.
No.
Motion passes.
Chair Dugan, I want to point out that there was no vote on intellectual freedom. So it would stay as written.
I understand. Thank you. The next item of business is our committee assignments. The committee assignments for the Board of Trustees for 2026 are noted in your packets, as outlined in Article 3.3 of the Board of Trustees bylaws. The chair has the responsibility to appoint committees. I created the committee list with feedback from the trustees regarding their interests and preferences, and the new committee assignments will be effective at the close of this meeting. The Fort Vancouver Regional Library District Board of Trustees will now meet in executive session to discuss personnel as allowed by RCW 42.30.110G. The Board of Trustees will be in executive session for 25 minutes or until 10:25 p.m. The Board of Trustees is not expected to take further action following the executive session.
Order.
Guys, if we go to the same room.
Is there a better way to have done this?
Yeah. Meeting back to order. And next on the agenda is board comments.
I've prepared comments. I want to use my board comments today to formally resign my position as a trustee of Fort Vancouver Regional Libraries, effective immediately. I entered this role with a sincere commitment to public service, institutional integrity, and the long-term health of this district. I believe deeply in the mission of public libraries. I also believe that when governance requires the suppression of clear values in order to preserve internal harmony, participation becomes complicity, and that is not something I can offer. I am deeply grateful to the staff and the community members who continue to do the real work of library service every day. I wish the district clarity as it moves forward. Thank you.
Olga.
Hi, sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi there. Thank you. Chair Dugan, first I want to say appreciate your opening comments today and great to have you as chair. And I have a quick comment here. I'd like to take a moment to address our community and my fellow trustees regarding the nature of our work here. We are a nonpartisan governing body tasked with a sacred trust, ensuring our libraries remain a stable, welcoming, and high-functioning resource for every resident of this district. True leadership in a democracy requires the ability to disagree on policy without disparaging the person. When we allow our public forum to be used for personal attacks, inflammatory labels, or the questioning of a colleague's moral character, we do not just hurt each other, we hurt the institution of the library itself. At our previous meeting, we heard comments that characterized the sincere policy questions and due diligence of our board members as rotten and violent. I want to be very clear. Asking questions about budgets, methodologies, and the specific wording of our strategic documents is not obstruction. It is the fundamental duty of a trustee. To suggest that these actions are rooted in ignorance or fear is a disservice to the complex and thoughtful work we are all here to do. I am committed to a board culture where we can have robust, even difficult debates about equity and intellectual freedom without those debates devolving into character assassination. We must be able to trust that our colleagues are acting in good faith, even when they reach different conclusions than we do. My goal is harmony, not through silence or total agreement, but through a shared commitment to professional decorum and mutual respect. I invite all members of this board to return to that standard so that our community can have full confidence that their library is being managed with the wisdom, civility, and maturity it deserves. Thank you.
Are there any other comments? Okay, our next regular meeting is Tuesday, February 17th at 6 p.m. at Cascade Park Community Library. Is there a motion to adjourn this meeting?
So moved.
Second.
All right, thank you. Meeting adjourned.
We don't have another